Lindsay. Long time no see. How you been? Hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Happy Tuesday? Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Been traveling. Very cool. See some cool stuff? I saw some teasers prior to their launch. It looked pretty awesome. I just haven't had much time for games. I hear a lot of people have been moving that way, though. Today we're going to be continuing on with day 6 on the Jerboa sculpture. Specifically, we're going to be starting the ears today. We're going to drill some holes and get that framework in place and start sculpting and shaping those ears. So fun times, plenty to do today after a little bit of a short stream yesterday, getting things ready for that first initial bake. He went into the oven, he's good to go and ready for what we have in store today. So sit tight. We're going to be getting things started. Thank you guys so much for being here with me from the right from the jump today. Appreciate it very much. We're going to roll a quick ad break and get those out of the way, and then we'll jump into the project. About 55 seconds on that ad break, and then we'll be getting started. Again, thank you guys for being here today. Appreciate it. Appreciate all the support. Seconds. All right, welcome back from that ad break. Are we ready? Let's get this show on the road, shall we? Hope you guys are doing well. Welcome in. Happy Tuesday to you. I hope you guys are all having a good week. And if I didn't see you yesterday, I hope you had a good weekend and the holiday if you're in the US and celebrated. Yesterday we went live for a bit. It was a bit of a short stream, about 2.5 hours. Did some work on the Jerboa, of course. Got him all set up and ready. Got him in the oven. So we don't have to worry about messing up the face or that snoot. You know, we can boop his nose now and it's fine. We don't have to worry about smushing it. So that's good. And now that that's all taken care of, we can actually drill in to the little marks that I left as a reference guide for where the top portion of the ears will go. We also have reference marks for the other side as well. So we'll be drilling into those. We kind of did the initial framework. This is large with excess. I've got them marked right here, actually, about a 1/2 inch up, right around in here somewhere. That will be embedded into the cranium there for support. And then we'll trim this side down as necessary to fit into the back slot. We'll be using foil around the back side of the ears as like a little bit of a mesh support. And we'll be covering that with clay and getting the general form and start on the internal textures and all of that. So we got a good game plan ahead of us today, and unlike yesterday where we were kind of limited as far as what we could do, which is why the stream was shorter, because we need to get them in the oven before we could proceed, and of course that takes about an hour, so not something we're going to wait on stream. But now that that's all done, we got plenty to do today, so thank you guys for joining. What are we making, Lindsay? It is a Jerboa, specifically the Jerboa from the Ark Survival Evolved, Ark Survival Ascended games. Let's see. We're gonna go ahead and go with the 90s playlist that I made. No Mbop and All Star in here. I saved us from that, so we don't have to worry about that. But a nice eclectic 90s mix. We got some alternative, some pop, all that good stuff. So thank you guys for joining me. And by all means, feel free to chat. You're not bothering me. Let's turn that down. Yikes. How's the music? Is it fine? Like I said before, it's just separate volume control on my end, so I don't hear it exactly like you guys do. In fact, I'm going to turn that down a bit for myself. All right. But yeah, I'll show you what we're working on here. Roughly one of these guys. Well, not roughly, it is one of these guys. And we started off, of course, getting our general shape in place. We got a potato in here that we baked for the core. And then we went over that with the armature and started forming out the general shape and form. That's baked and ready to go. This will all be covered with a fur texture when it's all said and done. So ignore the way he looks right now. He's naked. And I need to get my tablet on so I can see chat from my workstation. Give me 1 second. And oh, well, hold on 1 second again. There we go. Now I got chat. So yeah, this is what we've been working on. We've got the face, the eyes, of course. These whiskers, ignore them. They are temporary. These are a small gauge wire that we used as a temporary whisker because the material that I'm using for the whiskers cannot be put in the oven. So these were put in just to form the whisker holes and keep them from closing up on us in the meantime, because the whiskers will be one of the last things we add, probably even after painting. So these will be here for a little bit, but in the end product, they'll be replaced with something more appropriate. So yeah, we went over all of that. We did this initial layer of texturing on the face. We'll be doing some additive fur texturing layers that are added on top and blended in with the same texture, just to give it a little bit of depth and you know, little fluff pieces that stick up and whatnot. And then we'll also be going in with some cut fur where it's actually like strands, like on the cheeks, up into the ears, the inside of the ears, and then all across the body, with the exception of like the forearms and the bottom portion of the legs. That'll be a texture that's a lot like this, and then overlapped at the joints with a cut texture, if that makes sense. Big process, lots to do. We're only just beginning in the grand scheme of things, because we even still have a base to do in addition to this. So a very big project, and I'm very happy with how he's shaping up so far. So let's go ahead. Oh yeah, real quick before we get started, link in the chat to the YouTube. That is the main YouTube channel, and that's where you'll find all the showcase videos for completed projects and past projects that I've done. The creepy candle, the grumpy candle, as he's come to be called, that showcase is live on the channel. You can check that out. It went up on Friday. And then we, of course, have the secondary channel, which is just FeralMoonTV. All the VODs go over there, and that's where they call home. So you can find the entire start to finish of each individual project in their own playlists as they're completed. So there's that. And of course, the Discord, that's the best place to find all the latest updates on the stream, the schedule, when I'm going live, upcoming projects, all that good stuff. And we're in there hanging out even when the stream's not live. We'd love to see you there. You can share your artwork with us. We'd love to see that. And there's a self-promo channel if you're going live, or if you've got new videos out, feel free to share them in there. Matter of fact, let me hop over here. Gundy, hello, welcome in. Good morning to you. Good afternoon, whichever it may be. Hope you're having a good week. And I need to get myself, there we go. Well, let's hop over here. So, let's see. Oh, knocking stuff over. Yeah, we've got a little, you can kind of see that little divot right there. It's a little bit bleached out from the light, but you can kind of see a divot, little divot that we left as a marker there. And then on each side of the top of the head. Afternoon here. All good, and you? Good to hear. Good to hear. Going well here. I was up a little late last night. Worked on so we got all the new alerts in place, and I had her make alerts for everything except a raid. And I actually made the raid alert last night, so if anybody gets, if we get any raids today, you guys will get to see that in action. I'm pretty proud of it. I think it turned out pretty cool. So let's change cameras here. You can probably see for right now better with that one. We got our, again, our general ear shapes. They're marked about a half. They should be marked. Yeah, it's there. It's just kind of scraped off. Got about a ½ inch of the way marked up. That'll of course be where it goes into the skull. So I guess, you know, first things first, we gotta put a couple holes in this guy's head. I think we'll start with one. And we'll, maybe I should do both of the top ones, you know? Maybe we should do both of them. Now, the question is, do I use the power drill or the hand drill? Power drill. All right, bear with me here. I gotta stand up and here. And matter of fact, I can raise the mic up. How about that? One little thing that I should probably handle real quick. Let's do this. I'm going to take a little bit of clay and mark a 1/2 inch on our bit. Good enough. One 1/2 inch hole. Two 1/2 inch holes. We'll set that aside for now. All right, music volume okay? Does it need to go up or is it good where it's at? You guys let me know. Yeah, I can see we're definitely going to have to cut some off. We'll do incrementally a little bit at a time and then use this as a reference for the other side. So we'll go ahead and take care. I don't need to go in a 1/2 inch, but we are going to go ahead and drill those holes out. So that's done. Let's check some measurements before we start putting holes in this guy, right? That's roughly 1 inch. Good to go there. 1 inch from the corner of the eye. And yeah, we're good. All right. Sorry about the drill noise. You guys, well, the mic is right above the drill there, so. All right, let's clean up some of this mess before we get into clay and forget about it. I'm gonna get my air spray can real quick. Okay. That sticks out a bit much. Just trim a little bit more off. A little bit at a time. We don't want to take too much. Really wish this ruler went to the tip. All right, now we're gonna kind of use this as a guide for this side, right? So, not gonna quite take off quite as much. I'm not gonna go like the whole way back. Just in case. That was this side. A little bit long on the left. And then, of course, remember too, with the added hair, it's going to make them look better when it all comes together. They do have big ears. Now we just got to shape them and get that background, like the backing mesh, in order. And while I'm at it, I'll probably go ahead and get the foil on the tip of the tail just so it's done. First and foremost, we have to remember it needs to curve back. We can't have it taut. It does need to be a bit loose. Impressive tear. Hmm. Well, tell you what, I'll just do this. Oh. This is not working out. This foil is ripping on me. You know what? Might have to double this up. Might have to double this up. In fact, I mean, we'll probably wrap it with a couple layers here quick, so. Oh, come on, man. Might have to use some glue on this guy just to get it to cooperate, you know? I'm gonna wrap it one more time. Hey, Throwdan and Jazzy Jaffa, welcome in. Good morning and good afternoon to both of you. Sorry about that. I was like sitting here fighting with foil, trying to get this general ear shape, you know? Just kind of a backing support for the clay that we're gonna add. Ooh, I like it when it starts to come together. that's always nice. All right. Yeah, we'll leave that for just a second. Let me pop over here real quick. I just got to open the new window because I didn't have it ready to go. Shame on me. All right, throwing some shout outs in the chat, folks. If you're not already following these folks, you should definitely check them out. Drop a follow and catch the stream, show some love. Got Jazzy Jaffa and Dan, both creators here on Twitch, and both phenomenal at what they do. Oh, I have to wait for a cooldown. Thank you for giving me so much control over my own channel, Twitch. I appreciate that. Dan, I'll get you a shout out here in a moment, but a minute 36 apparently, because I need Twitch to hold my hand for my own shout outs, I guess. You know? Gotta love a cooldown on shoutouts. Yeah, what is the purpose of that? You know what I mean? The only people that can do shoutouts are moderators and channel owners. So why would they do that's the silliest thing I've ever seen. Maybe like 5 to 10 seconds, but come on now. All right, I got it ready to go. We'll give it a moment and then I'll throw that shout out in there for Throwdan as well. You can also click on their names and click that follow button as well. Throwdan does some traditional pottery on the pottery wheel. Very cool stuff. And Jazzy, you do a mix of things, right? You got your own wood shop, you do some digital art, some hand drawing. Twitch knows best, right? Right. Let's try this again. Oh, 7 seconds. Okay, good. And there it is. Throwdan. Shout out in the chat for Throwdan. Drop a follow, show some love, check out his stream. And thank you guys for being here. We Admin, hello. Welcome in. Happy Tuesday. I'm gonna move my mic back over here. We yesterday was a little bit of a short stream. I didn't plan for it to be, but I also went into it knowing full well that what we had to do was limited to a list that I had to get him ready for his initial bake. So this was safe. We can boop his nose now and not have to worry about messing it up. Everything's baked and ready. This stream started off with drilling holes into the poor guy's head. We already had the wire armature made yesterday. So today it's a matter of getting that fit in with a bit of a foil support, getting them shaped and in place, and we'll start throwing start throwing clay on these bad boys. And I'll also try to learn to speak. Been lurking as usual, tweaking my printer for better prints. Couldn't miss the Jerboa getting ears. Yeah, it's exciting times for sure. And then today we've got the 90s list going, the 90s playlist that I put together to spare us from, you know, Mbop and All Star. Got a mix of pop and alternative in there. They feel like they're super big, but they're super big to begin with. And you can see up in the top right corner the reference. And this will be getting a slight elevation when we add the fur texture in as well. So I think we've got it. I think we've got it. Looks good to me. I always fail with ears. I don't know why, but yeah, I fail at that. Yeah, ears are tough, man. I'd rather sculpt hands than ears any day, so I get what you mean. And then I'm probably going to leave the excess on there for right now. Let's go ahead and get this other ear taken care of. All right. I hate to waste this foil. Let's see if I can salvage it. This is going to get in the way. I'm just going to tear that off. Okay. And then we'll start wrapping it. Yeah, this way. Just kind of pinching it to the wire. And then like I said, we got to leave some slack because we don't want it to be taut across that frame. It does need to kind of sink into the back a bit. And let's go around here. We'll have to trim it a bit, no problem. And it doesn't have to have 100% coverage, you know, but probably easier if we get as much of it covered as possible. I'm going to go ahead and tear this. And then let's go across this area. Went to a museum today for my birthday. Well, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Badman. Saw some dino skeletons, was great. I may sculpt a dodo someday when I get the time. That'd be fun. That would be like an ARC style dodo. I mean, I guess they're semi-realistic in their portrayal in that, but I could use hot glue to hold everything, but I think we're doing okay. Once we get clay on there, I do need to shave this off here. Where's my other hobby knife? Oh no. Apparently that's a fantastic question. Well, this is weird. Where the heck did it go? Oh, there it is. Where it's not supposed to be. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and get this in place. We can deal with the rest after. And let's get this excess foil off here. In fact, I use some small scissors and trim some of this excess off. Some of it we can cover, but some of it's just kind of in the way. And then once we get this sorted, I'll start shaping the ears proper, and then we can start putting clay on. I'm gonna have to work up some clay, I think, but that's fine. Ezram, hello, welcome in. Hey man, what you guys did last night was pretty awesome. I was sitting most of the evening actually while I was watching stream. I was sitting in the other monitor making a new raid alert, and that was super cool to chill and vibe with, man. For those of you that don't know, Ezram and Josh Uwu did a collab stream where Josh was doing some artwork and Ezram was playing music live. That was last night. That was a good time. Gonna be watching on TV from bed. Not prepared for standing yet. Yeah, it's early for you yet, huh? What, like 8 in the morning or something, right? Somewhere in that ballpark. Super happy to see you there. Yeah, man, that was a good time. I knew I was going to be a little bit late because Minchie doesn't go to bed till 9, and her and I were watching. Actually, we watched Fury Road again last night. After we watched Furiosa over the weekend, it kind of felt like we should. Jerboa ears. Honestly, think I might get a little bit of clay on and then shape, so we can stop dealing with this foil so much. Winter, hello, welcome in. I do not do 9 a.m. No, totally understand. In fact, folks, if you are not doing so, another shout out for y'all. Ezra Music linked in the chat. Drop a follow, show some love. Check out his stream. Very cool stream. Very fun to chill and hang out and chat. And, you know, if you're working in the other monitor, he plays some live music. And it's always the stuff that gets your brain working, right? Lurk things and watch the cuteness unfold. Well, good. I'm glad you can make it, Winter, and glad you got a day off. I know you've been working quite a lot. Let me throw this foil scraps away quick. And quick question, is the music levels okay for you guys? I'll ask it again and I apologize, but I just want to make sure because the volume control on my side is different from what you guys hear. And the only way I can hear what you guys hear is to pull up the stream. It's the unfortunate side effect of playing music on stream and it's not on the VOD. The way you have to do it, I can't really monitor the audio levels. But if it needs turned up a tad, let me know, by all means. If it needs turned down, likewise. Just let me know and we'll take care of it. Okay. I think it's probably a good idea to I'm thinking before we start throwing clay on this guy, I should probably put some liquid Sculpting down in those holes. It's basically liquid polymer clay. And that way when he gets baked next time, there'll be a direct bond right inside there, you know? Music seems okay to me, but then I got headphones on. Well, that's a good metric to measure by because sometimes with desktop speakers, it doesn't sound like it's loud enough, but if you put headphones on, then it's too loud, you know? Okay. That was tedious. Let me take care of my drill stuff. Then we're going to work up some clay, get that ready to go so we don't have to continuously do it. And just kind of chill for a little bit. And we'll start throwing some clay on this guy. Well, I gotta have this thing hanging off my desk or the handle. This is a dumb design, right? Anybody agree with me on this? I can't use this on a surface because the handle goes too low, so I literally have to hang it off the edge. Mostly lurking because room cleaning and laundry to fold, so won't hear things but can see. All right, no problem, Winter. Enjoy your lurk and have fun getting your house chores done. That's on my agenda for tomorrow since there's no stream on Wednesdays. I will be doing the same thing tomorrow. Well, I guess we're destroying the box. I hate cellophane. It sticks to everything. It tears in pieces. Ugh. We'll just stick with that for right now. And we'll run these through a few times and we'll be good to go. That didn't work out very well. You know, I'll probably make this a little bit smaller. Now we can make this a little bit wider. Hey, Fire Shadow, welcome in. Ain't going outside anytime soon. Why is that? Is it raining? Or is it just too damn hot? Or a bit of both? Oh, hail. Well, that's even worse. That is even worse. This weather needs to chill. I know that much. This I saw somebody say something in a Twitch chat the other day. It kind of had me cracking up. They said something along the lines of, this marketing campaign for the Twisters movie is getting out of hand. I have to agree. Almost looks golf ball size. Jesus, man. That is no good. Okay, let's take a little bit of a stretch break. Speaking of stretch break, we got new channel point redemptions in place. Including one of my favorites.
I have no idea what I'm doing, but I know I'm doing it really, really well.
Audible internal thoughts. What's that? I love it. Weather alert says 2-inch hail possible. Man, good luck. I hope that's not the case. Hope that is not the case. You guys want to see the new raid alert? Real quick while we take a stretch break? Let me pull it up. Ooh, you know what? I gotta use the other browser because I'm not signed in. Actually, I can sign in here. It's no problem. Not a problem. All right. Check this out. Let me get rid of this. We'll pause the music for just a moment. Here it is.
Suddenly, I heard a tap, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door.
There it is. That's what I was busy working on last night. I had our artist that did the alerts, which you can see, like, here's follower alert. She did those, right? She did not do a raid alert because I did not commission it. I just commissioned the basics. So I took some of the elements that she provided with the alerts, and I made that last night. I can do my own alerts. I just commissioned her because she's a great artist, and I've done a lot of work through her, and it saved me a lot of time. I didn't have time to sit there and make all those alerts, but I definitely wanted to have like a full screen raid alert, you know? So I think they came together pretty well. That's great. Thanks, Throwdan. That's a nice alert. Thanks, Gundy. What a time to put my headphones on. Awesome alert, but it startled me. Oh boy. Is it a little, it did seem a little bit loud. I could probably adjust that volume tonight after stream. Just trying to get everything audible. You know what I mean? Above the music. It is ironic. It was a bit, yes. Headphones did not help. Yeah, we'll turn it down before next stream. I'll make a note here real quick. Turn. I can't write like that. Turn down raid alert just a tad. I'll get it so it gets out of the yellow on the meter, and then we should be good. I missed a new thing. Oh no. You want to see it again? Here, I'll fix it right now. It's fine. I just got to go back to stream elements. I'll adjust the sound and then I'll do it. And raid alert. Part of my county has a warning for tennis ball size hail. Jesus, dude. Man, we had a rotation that went right over our house the other night. Dragon's Calling, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Hope you enjoy. We're just showing off a couple new things after I make a slight adjustment here. But yeah, we had a rotation. We had a tornado warning 2 nights ago, and I guess there was a rotation that went right over where we're at. But thankfully, there was no touchdown. Let's see. Music volume. Raid audio volume 35%. Let's bring that down to like 29%. Okay. Here it is, Ezram. Hopefully it's not going to blow anybody's eardrums out. We'll test it and see.
Suddenly, I heard a tap as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door.
Still a tad bit loud, huh? Let's go to 25%. And we'll test it one more.
Suddenly, I heard a tap as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door.
Might drop it to 20% just to be safe. Unpredictable old man bladder. I'd be missing stuff. Oh, I hear you, man. That's great. Love it. Thanks, man. Yeah. Well, I'm going to test it one more time just because I did adjust the volume so much. So bear with me. This will be the last time.
Suddenly, I heard a tap as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door.
All right. Good to go there. That's a good volume. Okay, good. Good. Okay. So, you know what? We're going to do this off the Jerboa. And how thick is this? We're going to go to a smaller setting. I'm going to roll this through. It's a little bit thick. Get this out of the way. Sneaks back off to cleaning. Okay. Let's get to work on this ear. A little bit at a time. We don't want to overdo it, you know. And I'll kind of just go to the base of the foil for right now. And then we've got our 1/2 inch mark we don't want to cover. So I'll kind of start there. And basically I just want to get a thin layer of clay on this to hold everything. Yeah, I might do some stuff in the future with maybe some gift sub, you know, alerts or cheer alert variations where it goes full screen for those. We'll see. Like big stuff, you know what I mean? I don't know. Just to have fun with it. Get some clay across the back of this, but we don't want to cover that. We'll worry about that once it's on and in place, but for now, just the basics. Let's see, do I have a... Might have to go here in a minute and look through my toolbox. Yeah. Basically just want to blend everything right now. It doesn't have to look nice. It just has to be blended. And then we'll go through and smooth everything and start adding some of the texture. We'll add into this once he's on the Jerboa. And then we'll do the other ear too, much the same way. Got a little bit of excess there that we need, but it keeps wanting to bend off the wire. All right, I'm setting that aside for right now. This clay's getting awful pliable. Let's get this covered. Hard to believe that the end of the week, it's already June. I think Saturday's the 1st, right? This year kind of feels like it's just flying by. All right, and then we'll cover that edge. Come on. Just need a little piece. Yeah, now that he's had his initial bake, we are definitely at a point where we can start moving forward pretty quickly compared to the last few days. Last few days was a lot of time spent in the facial region, texturing, making sure everything's shaped, you know. A lot of time spent in one general area, and stuff we had to get done before we could continue. But for today, and no stream tomorrow, but Thursday, we'll have plenty to do. Speaking of this week, you know, Fridays are on the schedule as a tentative possible bonus stream, right? I'm gonna go ahead and say that probably no stream on Friday because well, the older dog that we have on Friday is an appointment that nobody really wants to go to ever. It kind of determines where we go moving forward with her rapid decline from aging, you know. She's been doing pretty good the last few days, but it's also been a rough few weeks, so. And the unfortunate thing is she's got a weak heart, and even if there's something that can be done with an operation, she can't be put under for the operation, so. So it may be kind of a tough day on Friday. Might be a tough weekend. Yeah, fire shadow, it does. That stinks. So yeah, probably no stream, you know. I'm kind of hoping that maybe the vet finds some kind of solution, you know, but to be fair, it was 2 years ago we took her in for a teeth cleaning, like a deep cleaning, you know. And for that procedure, they sedate the animal, and they monitor, of course, their vitals while they're in sedation. And they were finding some weird readings with her heart, and they had to bring her out of sedation, like as an emergency. And at that point in time, they thought maybe she had months, and they put her on a heart steroid. Well, it's been 2 years. That's what I keep trying to remind Menchie. Like, if it comes to that, you know, on the bright side of things, at least we had time to prepare. It wasn't something abrupt, you know. What an awkward song to be talking about this over. Good song, just awkward. Sorry, I realize I end up slowly pulling back towards me, and then it gets out of camera frame. Today we're going to be doing mostly this though. A lot of blending, a lot of shaping, getting these ears to a point where tomorrow, not tomorrow, I guess, because there's no stream tomorrow, but hopefully Thursday we can start adding in some of the fur if we don't get to that today. There's going to be a blend of carved in fur texture and additive fur layers. Need my small spoon. Where's he at? We need a little bit more clay up in there. This general area. Anybody got any projects they're working on? Anything fun? Our next project, I will say, it's going to feel elementary compared to this because we're going back to the Sculpting 90s Nicktoons series, which you can find on the Feral Moon Designs YouTube channel. We've got 2 of them in the series, and that's why I need to get this done. But yeah, I've done Ickis and Crumb from Nickelodeon's Our Real Monsters, and it's well overdue time to get Oblina done and complete the trio, so that's going to be the next project. Very simple compared to this, that's for sure. Although that project will definitely come with its own kind of complexities, I suppose. If you're familiar with the character, Oblina is basically a snake with legs and arms and antenna eyeballs and a huge set of lips that come off of that snake body, and that's going to be interesting to sort out, but I'll get it somehow. I'm going to set that one aside for right now. Let's see. Man, this clay blends so much easier than Sculpey. It's kind of wild. Who did that? Fire Shadow. Yep. Just getting kind of freaky with some ears right now. Radiant Moon, hello. Welcome in. How's your day going? Day's better? Well, good. That's good to hear. Always good when one day's better than the next. We are just shaping ears today. All right. Bear with me one moment. I'm gonna step over by my closet and check my toolbox. I think I have a tool that I would like to use for some of the, like, basically first layer texturing, texturing for the inner ear. So give me just a second. How's yours? I mean, yeah, well, better than the next, better than the last. You know, tomatoes. My day's going well. It's going well. I've been ready to get started on these ears, so I'm glad we finally can. Yep. Yeah, I guess I was wrong. I do not have what I was looking for. Not a big deal, but I suppose I can try this guy. Just kind of want to smooth this from edge to edge. Now kind of go one way and then come back. Oh, jeez. And then go the other. And I'll blend the edges if need be. I just wish this had a bit more of a bevel on it. And they don't have to be perfectly smooth because we are going to be doing some fur texturing and everything else. But again, we don't, just like the body, we don't want bumps and lumps that are going to kind of get in the way of all of that. This song holds up, doesn't it? I don't care what anybody says. The Batman movie it was in was absolutely ridiculous, but all right, a little bit of ISO. Brush this on, smooth things up a tad bit. And we'll be able to do this a bit better once it's actually on the sculpt and in place, but getting some of it out of the way can't hurt. Especially because we're going to have to be doing a little bit more blending. I have to squish that a little bit, but we'll fix it. Oh shit. Pardon my filthy language. I just realized something. I didn't put the polymer, liquid polymer in there. So let's do that. All right. Take two. Okay. Now, let's get the other side. Ooh, you know what? We didn't. Let's go over this side real quick. I'm going to bring some of this in. Smooth it up over the armature wire. Pushing this clay around right now in the context of the song. Okay. Some ISO. And thank you guys all for hanging out with me today. I hope you're enjoying. I don't know about you, but I love it when a project gets to a phase where you got some of the tedium out of the way, you know, some of the challenging stuff. And then you get to move on to more. And lurkers, thank you. Just a reminder, on the Feral Moon Designs channel, the candle showcase video is live. That went up on Friday, and that will be a process that continues as we complete projects on stream. Soon thereafter, we'll be I'll be making the showcase video for each project and posting it on the Feral Moon Designs YouTube channel. And if you're not aware, there is a secondary channel as well. Is whale? Where did that come from? There's a secondary channel where I export all of the stream VODs. And then as a project gets completed, well, not even as they get completed, each project gets its own playlist. So you can literally watch a project from start to finish if anybody's got lots of hours to do so. Whale? The southern feral moon came out there for a second. I hope y'all's ready for some sculptures. Happens like I can say jail and I can say sell, but I can't say sell after jail because it comes out jail sale. I can't even blame Red Dead Roleplay right now. It's been too long since I played to use that as an excuse. And if you don't know, I started the Twitch channel in February with the intention of working to a point where I've got the stream where I'm comfortable doing so, and then also getting things ready to do so to start these streams. And in the meantime, I was just doing gaming stuff, and one of the things we were doing was Red Dead Roleplay. So, but yeah, it's been long enough. I can't even blame that. All right, let's get this guy on here. All right, now a little bit of shaping. And then we'll get back to blending, and then we'll be doing an extensive amount of smoothing once this is all in place. And then from there, texturing. All right. I like art stream things. I blame my brain. It's weird. I've been watching art streams. In fact, that's the only streams I've been watching, with the exception of a select few in extreme short amounts, I guess. I was watching Burke Black playing Attack of the Killer Clowns from Outer Space last night, which I did not realize was coming out already. The movie scared the hell out of me as a kid. Good thing his face is baked. I wish my face was baked. And now for a bit, have to go be around people. Ew. I'm sorry. Well, good luck out there, Fire Shadow. Hopefully that hail's cleared up for you. Seen some people were playing but did not watch it. Killer Clown game. Might peep it at some point. Yeah, I probably won't be getting it because I don't have anybody to play it with, and I don't like playing with randos. You know what I mean? I don't think Minchie would want to play something like that. Although she did enjoy that Evil Dead game for a period of time. Should probably start on the back. We're going for coverage at the moment, not necessarily blending, so we'll do that after I get this foil on the back covered up, mostly. It has even rained for about 2 minutes and stopped too. Well, that's good. Opposite of my luck. It waits till I'm ready to walk out the door and then it starts doing all of those things, you know? But yeah, once it's all said and done here, matter of fact, if we can get these ears to a point where I'm happy with the base underneath it, I can probably bake this before Thursday, and then we don't have to worry about it. But once it's all said and done, they'll have liquid polymer clay in those holes that we drilled, plus the clay around it. They'll be completely held and secure. A little bit wobbly right now, but they'll be good to go once it's done. And we don't have to worry about covering up the texture on top of the head. That was all done with the intention of having too much instead of not enough. And it's going to get overlapped with more layers of fur texturing. So that was the plan all along. But that being said, guys, please remind me never to sculpt anything with big ears for a little bit. Can we avoid that? This is proven to be a process. We'll hold off on any rat sculptures, all right? Even that's not as bad as this, though. Make no promises, but I can try. Well, thank you. I appreciate the effort. Where's my knife? There it is. Got a hazel hair over here. How'd that happen? Off my thumb. Oh God, come on now. Well, maybe I can get this off of here. Actually, no, I don't want to. I need that for coverage, I guess. Things with a lot of fluff. I don't know. I haven't got that far yet. We'll see how that process goes. Yeah, if you maybe don't know, this project was a bit intimidating for me to start. I was excited about it, but also real nervous because it's a lot of firsts. It is my first animal form sculpture. It is my first time working exclusively with cosplay because I've used it little bits in the past for like hands and whatnot. But my primary material is always Sculpey. And this is quite a bit different. Same idea, but different to work with. And in addition, it's the first time I've incorporated this process that we're going to be using for fur. So yeah, pretty nerve-wracking in that regard, I guess. All right, and then I'm not going to worry about a perfect job on that blend just yet. Just want to get coverage. Looking amazing. Thanks, Badman. A lot of shaping here to do, but you know, once we get the coverage and get the blend attachment blending done, we'll get back to shaping and texturing and all of that good stuff. And I think what we might do is really smooth this down and try to get it to a basic shape. And then once we're there, I might look into the idea of baking it so we have a solid form to work with. And then I can add thin strips of clay for the texturing. You know what I'm saying? I do have big ears. All right, we're going to take a quick little stretch break, but what we're going to do then is use some of the liquid polymer clay, and I'll brush it in here and along the back, and we'll start adding some clay and blending that in. Got to keep cool in the desert somehow. Yep. Big old ears. Okay. Yep. All right, let me take a little bit of a stretch break. Oh no. Okay. I'll hop over here and hang out for just a moment. Let me check on things and make sure everything's good to go. And we'll continue on. Ears aren't too big, are they? I don't think so. Oh, perfect timing. We got an ad break anyway. Doing a snack break? Very nice. A little bit less of a bend, you know, in that top portion. Yeah, that's... Now we're getting there. So like I said, we'll attach them here, blend that into the head. And then we'll be doing an extensive amount of smoothing. And then potentially start on a little bit of the fur texture. And then we'll go from there. How's the ad break? Are we done yet? Ad break is ended. All right. I'm also going to need to find a suitable brush for this because I don't want to use a good one. Guess we'll use this old guy. He's seen better days. Wait, that's the armature. How did we get that much excess clay? No wonder it looked weird. Yeah, we're gonna have to do a little surgery here and fix this. It got smushed. That's better. Let's check this other side. There it is. Okay, so I'll go ahead and cut this in half, roughly. We don't need a lot of clay. And then just roll this up into a little bit of a snake. And we'll repeat that on the back. Get this microphone out of my face for a second. And now we start blending that into the head itself. I don't know if you guys, maybe this angle will be better. And again, not going for super neat right now because we're going to be going over all of this to blend in smooth extensively here once both of these are attached. Yeah, see, it's already much more sturdy than it was 5 minutes ago. And then once it gets a bake, it'll be like it was all part of it to begin with. Especially once we start layering in more of the fur, you know, that'll really blend it all. All right. Next, we repeat the same process on the other side. Got some yogurt and frozen fruit right now. Very nice. What kind of frozen fruit? We talking blueberries or really go for some nuggets with barbecue and honey mustard dip? I'm gonna start getting hungry. We keep talking about food. Bananas, strawberries, mango, and pineapple. Nice. Miss having an orchard in the family. I grew up with grandparents who owned an orchard, and oh man, it doesn't get better than that, you know? Just go out and pick what you want when you want it. We had some pear trees too. Although only a few. Not a lot of pear trees, but fruit trees in one's own backyard or family backyard are awesome. Yeah. We would make fresh pressed cider and, homemade applesauce, cooking it down in a big old kettle outside. And yeah, good times. Sorry, I was off camera again, huh? Fresh picked berries made into pancakes. Yeah, I need to try to beat the birds in the sun to the berry bushes we have out back this year. The last couple of years, I think about it too late. I go out and check them and they're gone. That little must be a piece of the foil. All right. Making some progress here. Oh, God. Oh, this song. Rip Matthew Perry, man. I heard sounds like the addictions finally got him. That's the issue with things like that. If you do not get the animals 100%, well, yep, they'll get them. Like, can you miss them sometimes too? Yeah, seriously. I feel like that was the year before last. I thought for sure we were going to go out and get some berries, and nope, I walk out there and they're all gone. I'm like, what? How? All right. What time is it? I'm going to say it's got to be getting close to 2. I'm going to have to take a quick break to give the dog her meds. What are we looking at on ad time? 4 minutes. Perfect. We'll wait about a few more minutes and then we'll take our 2 o'clock break and come back and start smoothing. How's he looking? Looking all right? I feel like his ears are too big, but I just got to keep reminding myself their ears are freaking huge. Also, he doesn't have fur on his face yet, so that'll help. Set this aside. Maybe. There we go. All right, let's take a quick break. Get that out of the way. I'll go give the dog her meds, stretch a bit, and then come back and get to smoothing some ears. All right, thank you guys so much for being here. Lurkers, appreciate you as well. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you're enjoying. Like I said, it's that time, about 2 o'clock. We have to take a break. And we got an ad break coming up anyway, so we'll get that out of the way. But yeah, 2 o'clock is the dog meds break. So give me just a few, and we will be right back and continue on. Thank you guys so much for being here. See you in just a moment. All right. I'll grab a drink here and we'll be good to go. That was... What the crap? Hold on a minute. What? That was weird. Yeah, OBS is being weird there. And thank you, Winter. Not happy with that. A bit too much excess clay in here. That's better. Okay, let's see. I think he wants to fly. What do you guys think? It's the impression I get. Oh, there's the alarm. Whoops. There's a small possibility that he wants to fly, or a sails when he goes boating, not sure which. You know what would be the perfect tool for this? Oh yeah, that's much better. And we can get some of those ear wrinkles on the inside of the ear. Hell yeah, this is perfect. Incredible work. This is looking so good. Thank you, Jazzy. Yeah, I appreciate it. I was super nervous coming into this project because, like I said, I've never done an animal form sculpture before. I've barely done a human form sculpture. Everything I do is creepy and weird. And so it's not a common time that or a common occurrence that you see cute things on this channel, and I'm pretty happy with how he's turning out. I mean, I shouldn't say there's definitely cute in the weirdness, but just like straight up cute stuff isn't something that normally happens. But there'll be more. We're gonna do. I want to do a rat at some point. That would be fun. I don't know yet if I want to sculpt our rats or not. That might be kind of cool. Or like little caricatures of them or something. Of course, Hazel would be huge. She's a big old rat. And when we got her, she was tiny. Like palm of my hand tiny. Now I have to hold her with 2 hands. And she was actually, Hazel was brought home as snake food for Minchie's snake. But man, we saw her like she was just tiny and the sweetest little rat and super cute. So now she's not, she turned into family instead of food. And I want to sculpt a raven at some point. And then from there, I would like to take on a raven's head as a magnet and use that as a stepping off point for molding and casting with resin. Make some duplicate raven's head magnets that can be sold. Because normally my work isn't really stuff that's easy to duplicate with casting and stuff like this, you know, I kind of difficult to mold and cast, especially once it's done with all the fur. Heck yeah. That ball stylus worked out well. I just need to take the big one again and work from inside edge to outside edge, and we should be good on that. This is going to get covered with fur texture, so I'm not too terribly worried about it. Before the next project too, I need to get to the hardware store and get some smaller bolts for my engineering blocks, and that way I can kind of make a clamp. These Allen wrench, they're threaded all the way across. You can't get them to close together tightly. So, I mean, it works pretty well with this armature because the feet are bent, but in the future, I know I'm going to need it to clamp down for sure. Okay. Other ear. I know we talked about it before, but it's a shame this band didn't go further than it did. This is Bob Dylan's son, Wallflowers, for anybody that doesn't know, but what a good band. We were talking about it before. Somebody said they think he has a better voice than his dad, and I have to agree. I like Bob Dylan, but soon you'll have all the good stuffs for doing artwork things. Yeah, yeah. Eventually, I've got a list. I want to get all the guns. A smoke gun, that's the expensive. That's like $100 right there. I want to get a heat gun, and I want to get a soldering gun. The last two aren't too terribly expensive. I want to get soldering guns so we can start wiring our own LEDs into projects where that would suit it. And the heat gun would just be helpful for painting, for sculpting, because I can blast like little bits and bobs in clay. I could just blast them with the heat gun and cure them just enough that I don't have to worry about messing them up. And also with painting, it'll help dry paint faster when needed. And the smoke gun for showcase videos, so I don't have to use my vape and give myself a nicotine high every time I do it. Because I don't like nicotine highs. Nicotine buzz is the worst. Let's see what part of the problem is here. Blow dryer. Yeah, you could use the blow dryer, but it doesn't get as hot And also the heat gun is less air and more heat, you know? The problem with the hair dryer, which is, again, you can totally use a hair dryer. You just got to be super careful because you're blowing out a lot of wind, you know? And when you're talking when you're talking paints, that can move your paint around, which you don't want. Especially if you're talking like a wash where it's very watered down. With the clay, it's just a matter of it getting the heat quicker, I guess, than a hair dryer can. But for paint specifically, it's just a lot better because the heat gun is, like I said, it's more heat and less air. So, you know, it's not too terrible. It's like $150 in equipment. Not not egregious. I'll be picking them up here gradually over the coming months. Starting with the smoke and heat guns. The soldering gun, I'm not in a huge hurry. And then someday, if the housing market ever stops being insane, I would like to find a place with a bit more like workshop space. I'd make out with like a bandit if I sold my house right now, but the problem is buying a house after the fact, you know? That's the problem. And I don't want to buy a house in this inflated market only to watch the market go back down eventually and then I lose my ass on equity. Plus, I don't really want to triple my interest rate either. So one day, and when I do get more workshop space, ideally, I would very much like to get a pottery wheel and a kiln and get into throwing some pots. It's been a long, long time and very minimal experience, but damn it, I want to do it. And then I would also like to get into some 3D printing, not to take the place of sculpting, but more along the lines of being able to 3D scan my sculptures and replicate them that way. A lot easier to do it that way than casting with stuff like this, you know? Sorry, I'm pulling off frame here again. Pull some of this excess around back over the armature wire. Welcome back, Fire Shadow. Yeah, buying a house is the issue right now. Even getting an apartment right now is sick. Yeah, yeah. The price on real estate is insane. I don't know that it will go back to normal, but I'm just, regardless, not in a mood to entertain it right now. You know, like I said, if I sold, I'd be making out like a bandit. But if I sell my house, then I need to buy a house, right? So that's the huge problem in the equation, I guess. You know what I need to do? I need to make a redemption. Like, hey, get it back in the camera frame, dummy. That way, if I start going into like focus mode and start gradually pulling back, you guys can just, hey, can't see. Again, I'm not going to worry about it getting super blended back in here because it's going to get overlapped with fur texture. So I say that, but I'm also OCD, so I'll sit here and smooth it anyway. But, you know, not pushing too hard because I don't want to create a bunch of divots. Basically, what I want to do is just kind of smooth out some of the lumps and bumps, and then we'll brush it, which will get rid of most of the little lines that are coming in here. But again, trying to be minimal on that, even very little pressure. These ball styluses are great. I love them. So if you work with this and you don't have any, I highly recommend them. It's super handy. That composite tool that I recently bought. All of these are like dental tools, by the way. But let's see. I can't find it at the moment, but it's in there somewhere. Yeah, the composite tool's pretty great. I believe dentists use those for handling filling material. Whatever works. Yep. Yep. Whatever works. That's generally the rule I work with. Whatever works. We're going to add a little bit more clay around this part right here. And I do think we're going to get these ears baked before the next stream, because I can always add thin layers and do a little bit of correcting that way. And that way we have more of a solid base. So when I do stuff like I just did and bump it with my thumb, we're not messing it up. We got an ad break. 48 seconds. We'll hold for a moment. Gives me time to get a drink anyway. Also, we need a little bit of a tiny bit of clay along that outer edge on the left here. Right in here. Let me clean up some of my mess. We're getting out of hand over here. I can't deal with it. Ah, see, that's still too much. Because all that's going to do is start blending right across the edge. And we'll be right back in the same predicament with too much overhang. Which I guess I could just shave off easy, but and the big spoon. Let's go back to that. I otherwise wouldn't worry so much about the armature being showing through because we're going to be covering it with a bit more fur detail and all of that. But the problem is there just wasn't even enough clay to smooth. So yeah, that's much better. So when I said earlier we're past the tedium, spending all the time detailing and smoothing and all of that with the face, what I meant to say is we're replacing that with the ears to do the same thing. I gotta love, man, how soft and easily this blends. It's like spreading frosting as opposed to Sculpey where you have to like really kind of push in on it. That was the biggest adjustment. Switching to this is not using as much pressure, not nearly as much pressure. Hey, Stevie. Sorry about that. Got into a full-on work mode. Don't hold him upside down. He'll get a headache. Going back to deep lurk this time because my battery's dead and I need to become potato for a while. All right, Winter. Hey, well, appreciate the lurk and you enjoy. And we'll catch you here later on if you make it back. How's Stevie today? You doing all right today, sir? Yeah, I'm good. Good to hear. Good to hear. Doing well here, man. Excited to be moving on to another step on the project, you know? Always fun to change it up, get to something new, especially after 3 days of working on a face, you know what I mean? Let's go ahead and fix that tiny little bit of clay. I'll brush on some liquid polymer that's left on the brush. Okay. And then again, this probably most likely does not matter, but actually it doesn't matter because there's going to be a tuft up through there. So I'll just leave that be. Most of this is going to get covered with a thin layer for fur texture. And the rest of it's going to get covered with like the actual fur texture. That makes sense. Okay. Same process on the next ear, but I need to stand up and stretch a minute. My back is starting to cramp up on me. Right in the shoulder blades, you know? Getting old sucks. Don't recommend. Don't recommend. I also don't recommend abusing your body in your teens and 20s. Not good. Guys, I'll tell you what. That Siri bot got rid of some of the bots that lurk my channel all the time. It's nice to look at my bot and not see a list of bot names, you know? There's still some in there, but a lot less. Know that feeling, Stevie? Yeah. Yeah, some days are better than others. Today's not bad. It's just sitting in one position, kind of hunched over, working on these ears is really getting to right in the middle of the back into the shoulders, you know? Bot Slayer? Yeah, this Siri bot's pretty cool, man. I'm glad that Andy let me know about it. I turned off like the extra commands and stuff like that, but I've used mine by working loads of hours and then staying up playing on the Sega. Yeah, man, I rode quads, was in some accidents, ran track. That was rough on my knees specifically. But yeah, I really messed up my back when I was active duty. And that was a decade ago, so I think it's here to stay, you know? And I'm not too keen on the idea of back surgery. No, thank you. I don't have the kind of luck to roll those dice, you know what I mean? Ah, no big deal, man. I don't talk about it too much just because, but yeah, I was in the Navy. I was a sailor. Not really a sailor, but all right. Let's give this a go. Gonna give this a brush with ISO real quick. Kind of go over it a little bit with the brush. That'll do surprisingly a good bit of smoothing. Yeah, I enlisted as a career, and that was cut short with medical stuff. So it is what it is. Hey, I guess now I get to do my art. That's a plus. Call you Popeye? Hey, I don't mind spinach. I never did. I was a weird kid though. I like broccoli and but we also grew up, I grew up we always had a garden. And I think that plays a big role there, right? Where's my knife? We'll fix that, no big deal. And we'll go back to the front of the ears and make any corrections we need as well. But for right now, we'll stay back here. Oh no. There we go. That's better. All right, ball stylus. All right. Another brush in with ISO, smooth some of that out. Again, it doesn't really matter too much, but ears look like they came along nicely. Yeah, it's coming along. A bit of a challenge, but not too terribly bad. That being said, I don't want to sculpt any bats or anything anytime soon, okay? Ooh, my stomach's starting to growl. I gotta keep double checking because this looks goofy to me for a second, but then it's just the lighting and the way his head is. You don't see the. I might build that out a little bit more just so it's uniform. But it is a lot to do with perspective as well, and the way he's got his head turned, so. Where's my small spoon? There it is. Sorry if I was off frame there. I had to get it kind of up close to see. I'm gonna add a little bit of clay in just to blend that and make it a bit more uniform. Nice view of the mat. Yeah, like I said, I had to get it kind of close up to be able to see. Also, this is way up because of the ears. That's part of the problem. You guys all right with the 90s mix I put together? Is this a viable candidate for being swapped around with the 80s mix and whatever else we had? I don't want to do overkill. I'm totally fine with 80s, don't get me wrong, but I don't want to overkill it because I know Andy likes his 80s music too. And I like 90s. There's some good stuff in the 90s. That's why it's such an eclectic mix. I liked a lot of stuff in the 90s, stuff that was on the radio, you know, popular radio, and alternative, and hell, if I knew it would be more agreeable with the general audience, I'd put more some of the 90s hip hop in here, but I figured I'd keep it kind of toned down. Look at this, man. It's just like butter. This is great. At first, it was making me nervous because I was like, oh, this stuff's too soft. I don't know. And it is like you have to be careful in handling this compared to Sculpey, right? But I've been saying for a while now, I need to get better at not handling the sculpture so much and having a base that it sits on most of the time. So if anything, it's just kind of helping me get into that discipline, right? But man, I'm telling you, if you're a sculptor and you're using Sculpey, try Cosplay. 100%. This stuff is fantastic. Minecraft Tree, hello, welcome in. How you doing, man? How was your weekend, sir? Why do I have so many goddamn tabs open? Let's fix this. All right. Folks in the chat there, you'll find a link. Linecraftery, a creative streamer here on Twitch, does some amazing line work and line art. What do you call that? Oh, well, there we go. There's the new raid.
I heard a tap as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door.
Who's rapping at my chamber door? Who's rapping at my chamber door? Throw Dan coming in with the raid. Throw Dan, thank you so much, sir. I appreciate the raid. Raiders, thank you for joining Dan and coming along. My name's FeralMoon. I do some sculpting here on Twitch. Today we're doing a rare something cute. Typically it's creepy and weird here, but we're doing a cute thing. This is a Jerboa from Ark Survival Evolved that we're working on. Throw Dan, how was the stream, man? What are we working on today? And guys, there's a link in the chat. Oh, we gotta wait 55 seconds. Twitch said chill out on the shoutouts. But here in a moment, we'll get a shout out for Dan. In the meantime, you can click his name and click follow. Definitely show some love. Drop a follow. Check out his stream. Throw Dan does pottery here on Twitch. Very cool stuff. Y'all got me wanting to get a pottery wheel now. But thank you so much for the raid. How did things go? Working on Picasso lamps and did a throwdown challenge. Goblets, very nice, very nice. Yes, so I assume those you were continuing on with the Picasso stuff from yesterday then, right? Because we did catch some of that yesterday. Right at the end, we raided Throwdan right at the end of his stream, if you were here. Like, poof, it was gone. Wait, what was poof and gone? Oh, the weekend, Line Craftery. I see what you mean. Yeah, it went by fast, didn't it? We had a 3-day weekend and it still went fast. But yeah, you guys can see anybody coming in on the channel. Down in the bottom right, you can see some of my previous sculpts. In a nutshell, I sculpted in my teens and loved it, but just stopped doing it for some reason or another. Not really sure why. And then in late 2022, with the encouragement from my partner, I got back into the hobby. Absolutely fell in love with it all over again. Started a YouTube channel where I was doing the projects that you can see in the bottom right corner. And went on that for 8 months, 7 months, 8 months, 9 months, somewhere in that ballpark. And then I was going hard and I just burnt myself out. I needed a little bit of a break. And that little break turned into like a 9-month break. And then I decided to start Twitch and finally got into streaming and sculpting live on stream. And I still do showcases, but they're more condensed because the whole process is right here. So, but yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I'll throw some links at you guys if you want to check out some things. Maybe. Yeah, linked in the chat, there's the Feral Moon Designs YouTube. If you'd like to take a look at some of my projects, you can see them all there, including the recent candle that we just finished. It was a creepy candle, and the showcase went live last Friday. So thank you so much, guys. And Throwdan, hey man, I know how it goes, dude. Of course, if you got things to do, by all means. If you want to hang out with us, by all means, that's more than acceptable and welcome as well. Not trying to kick you out, but if you do have stuff to do, I totally understand. I appreciate the raid. And yeah, this is what we're working on today. Adding these big, ginormous ears on our Jerboa here. So it's been a learning experience. I was quite nervous going into this project because this is my first animal form sculpture. This is my first sculpture working specifically with cast clay as opposed to Sculpey, which is what I normally used. And first time using the technique we're going to be using for fur. So a lot of firsts, but I think he's coming together pretty well. I'm enjoying it. So, yep. Right now, working on just blending in a little bit here. I noticed a bit of a difference. So we're just kind of making it a little bit more uniform. Just to make it clear, all of this will be covered with an additional layer of clay. And I'll kind of show you guys what I'm thinking. Real quick, this is sloppy, but kind of laying out some clay, right? We'll just do this quick. And then we'll be cutting, you know, strips and forming the fur and layering it kind of like shingles to create the fur texture. This was a very bad example, but that's the gist of it. And then we'll also be kind of adding some clay in places and then repeating the carved in texture as well, just to kind of give it a little bit of depth. A lot of that's going to happen around the cheeks and eyes and up through this area. So yeah, it should be cool. Should be a fun experience. It certainly has been so far. Off to grab some food. Wouldn't know it's a start. It's awesome. Hey man, I appreciate it, Dan. And yeah, by all means, go grab yourself some food because streamer munchies are a very real thing. I am fully aware of that. It doesn't matter if you eat right before stream. The moment you hit go live, your stomach's like, wait a minute. Is it time to eat yet? totally know how that goes. That'll be my first stop after stream today, too. So yeah, you'll notice I'm kind of overlapping some of the texture in here, and that's totally fine. This texture was added as a an instance of too much rather than too little, and to give us a little bit of leeway to work with in our blending at times like this. So we'll kind of go over it a little bit where we can, just to be safe. And then brush it out with some iso alcohol, but most of it's going to be fine to be covered if it's covered. In fact, all right. And I think we're going to try to get him his ears anyway, at least to a basic point where I can throw them in the oven before Thursday's stream. And then we've got a stable work surface for the added fur texture and any additional detailing we need to do through a thin layer of added clay. And the great thing is with this clay, again, this is Cos clay. Many of you know, but this stuff kind of cures like a rubber. So we can even still shape the ears somewhat after the fact. Rose, hello, welcome in. He has ears now, Rose. A rough start to them anyway. There's no fur, of course, but... All right, let's see. Need to do a little bit of corrections on this. Need some serious boops. And you can do that, and you don't have to worry about it smashing his nose now. Look. Yeah. I am definitely glad I decided to bake him before we put the ears on. This would have been a nightmare had I had to spend time like worrying about not smashing his face. Also, anybody coming in, these whiskers are placeholders. The material I'm using is not oven safe. So these are just kind of there to create the holes and hold their spot. And that'll probably remain through the painting process, so... And then some of these edges are actually going to be wrapped with fur Some of them will have like a little bit of protruding fur off the edge. So most of this is just because I'm OCD about it. I can't help it. Don't forget to shout out Dan. Good call. Good call. I've got it ready to go. There it is, guys. It wouldn't let me do it after the raid because we had just given a shout out previously. But in the chat there, Dan, throw Dan that raided us. There is a shout out that I was finally permitted by Twitch in all of its glory to give shout outs on my own channel. So there that is. Be sure to show some love. Dan's awesome. And especially if you're into pottery and stuff right there, that's the place to be. He's got me wanting to get a pottery wheel. One day. One day. They need to change that, or I just need to set up an alternative method of shout outs through my bot, because that's super annoying, you know. And kind of, quite frankly, I don't understand the point. The only people that can give shout outs are moderators and the channel owner. So why would they need a cooldown? That's absurd. Yeah, bad advert. Yeah, what's the deal with her coming out of nowhere again? Like, she disappeared, I feel like, and now she's kind of back. Did she like take a leave from acting to do family stuff or what? I don't care. I still have a crush on her. I don't know that I ever had a crush on Julian Anderson, but I had my share of others. Now, of course, we already talked about it in the past. The musical artists in the 90s that everybody had crushes on. Gwen Stefani and Alanis Morissette and all that, but why is that gotta be in a spot that's hard to see and get to? I'm not going to worry about that exposed foil because it's in the surface of the clay, and we'll be adding a little bit more clay. I think we're in a good spot for a base. Do some more blending here where there's seams and get the shape. Throw them in the oven for Thursday. Natalie, yeah, I remember her. Maybe Cheryl Crow also. Didn't really have musical crushes. Yeah, I guess a few of them, a few of mine were. Okay, I need to go over that where we blended. Late 90s. It was Jessica Alba, man. My high school years, I had a huge crush on Jessica Alba. I was watching that show she was in, Dark Angel or whatever. Oh, that would have been bad. His tail hooked around my arm. And she's home. Yeah, that'll look a little bit more cohesive once I actually start adding the fur and, but measurements all check out, so I need more previews of my stream open right now. I just realized, like, when I look to my left, I've got a preview of the stream on my tablet, and on my right, I've got two versions of the stream on one monitor, one on my main monitor and one on well, I didn't have them. Well, one's OBS, and I have this open specifically so I could do shout outs. That one probably doesn't need to be open anymore. But yeah, I'm getting him to a place where we can put him in the oven for the base layer on the ears, and then I can add a little bit for the fur texture. Maybe I should just do the fur texture on the outside. What do you think? Well, the inside I'll be adding a thin layer of clay. Well, that's going to be different. I'm saying I'm going to do some of the ears with that texture, but yeah, I'll figure it out. Hey man, finally catching you live. Designed by Joe. Hello, sir. Welcome in. Yep, we had a little bit of an oddball stream yesterday because well, it was the holiday, and then in addition, we were just at a point in the project where there was only so much I could do, and then I needed to get them in the oven. So short stream yesterday, but finally at a point where we could add these ears. Guys looking epic. Really nice work. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how he's coming together. I was very, very nervous coming into this project, but I'm happy with it so far. Also, let me say hi to Menchie quick. This is what I've been doing most of the day. Yeah. Yeah, playing with ears all day. Oh, yes, this is cosplay. Yep. Really is looking epic. Thanks, Ezra. This is probably, so far, I don't want to jinx myself, but this might turn out to be one of my best. I want to see something. Hmm. Okay, I felt the wire, so we're right there. All right, I'll blend that in, and I just wanted to make sure there wasn't a bunch of excess there. All right. I'm going to finish this up and get him to a point where we can bake him for Thursday. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this has been an experience, that's for sure. And like I said, once we start adding the protruding fur, you know, right through in this region, up across the top, that'll really start bringing the shape together, you know. That'll scale down those ears in appearance to some extent, right? But they do have exceptionally large ears, so it's just kind of how it's supposed to be, but it just looks excessive right now without the fur. How long have you been working on it? Today is day 6. The first day, of course, was a lot of armature work and getting some clay on the armature and throwing it in the oven to get a little potato for our core. And then from there, we had to spend time getting the general shape. And then the focus became the face so that we could get that to a point where I could attach the ears. And now we're getting to a point where it's primarily going to be fur. A lot of what we're going to be doing here moving forward is fur and fur texture. What I'm thinking is, again, I feel like I should bake it and then add a layer to do the scratched in fur texture. I'll go ahead and cover the external portion of the ear. The internal part of the ear kind of needs it too. That'll be added clay though, for sure. A very thin layer. Thanks, Joe. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, he's gonna be cute. And then it doesn't even end with the sculpt because we're gonna be doing a base for him. And I'll use regular Sculpey to shape up the top surface. I'll have to do some dissection on this guy, but this will kind of go off to the side. I've got a sand ballast to cover the base with, so he should be pretty awesome once he's done, assuming I don't ruin him with the paint job. But time will tell. I just don't know. There's my composite tool I was talking about earlier. These things are great. I don't know if it'd be better to start doing the fur etching now or after the first bake. I guess we're doing it now. No time like the present, right? And you know, it may get covered up, but better to be better, you know, over prepared than under prepared, right? It's kind of the approach that I've been trying to take with this guy. And so this is probably going to get some additive clay fur texture into it as well, but I'll kind of just get a base in and then go back over it. Jenny, hello. Happy Tuesday. Welcome in. There's the Jerboa so far, Jenny. It's been all ears today. I want to make one for the girlfriend now. Do it. I'll tell you what, I kind of can't wait to. I've wanted to do a black cat. Not realistic, but stylized kind of. I've wanted to do that for a while. And this has me, especially with the glass eyes. Kind of can't wait. Like a Halloween cat? Yeah. Something kind of stylized to an extent. A little bit Tim Burton-esque, I guess. And then, like I said, if this gets covered up, it gets covered up. But at least it's there if we need it. I know for a fact it's going to get covered up around the edges. I missed the ears. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We literally just finished up smoothing them and everything, too. So, and I started, well, it is Tuesday. So typically I would start at 11, but today we were going to go a little bit longer. So, started about 11:30 Eastern time. But normally on Tuesdays I stream 11 to 3. But since yesterday was cut so short because we only had so much we could do until, yeah, he's baked now, Jenny, too, by the way. That was part of the problem yesterday was only so much to do before I had to throw him in the oven, you know? Shit. Nothing else that'll give any clay extra grip? Yep, exactly. And we don't have to worry about not being able to add texture to something that's already baked this way, you know? That's why I kind of overcompensated across the top of the head and so glad I got them eyes a while back. I liked them so much. I told Andy Mecca about them. Wait, so you got Andy Mecca onto the eyes? Are you? Because he's responsible for putting me onto the eyes. I told him at this point he needs an affiliate link so he can get paid for a cut of that. I've been down my mom's house clearing it out, so I missed a lot. We'll be there all week, so we'll miss more. Oh no. Well, if it's any consolation, Jenny, you'll probably just miss Thursday unless you make it on Thursday. There's no stream tomorrow. And then I'll be back Thursday, 1 to 5 Eastern time. And then Fridays, of course, are scheduled as tentative streams. And with the stuff that's going on with the dog this week, I probably will not be streaming Friday. You know? So I don't know, depending on what's going on, I might try to squeak in a weekend stream for a little bit because I don't really want to wait all those days to get back to work, but gotta do what you gotta do, you know? We'll see. I'm not saying definitely no stream Friday, but there's a good chance, you know? It kind of just depends on what's going on, what we find out. I started it off with doing dragon eye magnets with him. Oh, nice. And you're the one that put him onto the eyes. Okay. Yeah, he convinced me on the eyes and the resin teeth. The teeth I won't be able to use too often, but I got them. They're cheap. I figured why not have them on hand, you know? I don't mind making teeth, but I actually really like making pointy teeth, you know, like fangs. That's fun. Regular teeth, meh, not so fun. Where's Mitchie? She actually got home. She just walked in a little bit ago, came in and said hi. Well, just a few minutes before you got in, actually. I think she's getting a shower. She goes to the gym after work, so. Down here, I can probably start doing some longer. Just kind of act as a guide. The teeth are all Andy has got. I've not tried that one. Yeah, I haven't tried them in a sculpture yet, but I do have them. I got I think a couple. Well, it was one order, but it comes with like 4 sets of teeth or something like that. 2 sets of teeth. I don't know. They're actually reasonably priced too. And down in here, this is definitely going to get a little bit covered. So I'm not going to worry too much about it. I'll do a bit of a spiky overlay here. I will say this fur is going to be very much like a puzzle, because you kind of have to figure out where you're starting, because everything has to kind of overlap the layer before it. The additive fur, not this, not the carved fur, of course, but baked a load of dragon teeth with the Fimo, but they was brittle. Should have done it with Cosclay. Really? I always heard that Fimo was even more durable than Sculpey, but I've never used it myself. I've only ever used Sculpey. And a lot of times for teeth, what I'll use is translucent Sculpey. It's not translucent like see-through. I mean, I guess it kind of is, like light will show through it and stuff like that. But it's a great one for fur, or for teeth. You know, do a little bit of staining on it, and works out pretty well. I'm so glad I started hashtag blame Andy Mecca. It will never die. Might have cooked the Fimo too much, maybe. Well, typically, I mean, I know Sculpey says be careful not to over bake. But like, dude, I baked all of my projects multiple times over, you know? And like with this, I've heard from multiple people with the Cosclay, for instance, it's better to be overbaked than underbaked. So I don't know. That's weird. Maybe a bad batch, or ah shit, man. This is almost making the texture I want just by doing that. The great thing about this composite tool too, you can see one end's just straight ahead, so it's great, you know. But sometimes you're working at an angle that's kind of hard. The other side's flipped the other way. Super handy, man. I love this thing. You can also, of course, use it for some patting down and smoothing and all of that. Cosplay I never had problems with. I had one instance where my cosplay was brittle, and after, from what I know now, it was most certainly underbaked. Oh boy. Love to see you and Andy Mecca do a collab stream together. Yeah, I don't know how we would do that or what we would do, but collab stuff sounds fun. Use that tool more than any others I have. Yeah, the composite tool's great. Bought a thermometer for my oven so I can put that in. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, my oven's pretty good on temperature, so it was mostly I just didn't leave it in long enough, you know? Because the temperatures and the time is a little bit different than Sculpey. And the project that I ran into that problem with was predominantly Sculpey. Um, but I was using Cosplay for some bits that I wanted a little bit forgiveness with. And yeah, they ended up brittle. So it's probably because I was trying to bake it with the same time frame and everything and a different temperature. But since then, I haven't had any problems, even on the small bits. Because like I said, this is my first time using exclusively Cosplay in a project, but I have used it just on small bits. I'm really loving this stuff though. I used to sculpt with Fimo years ago, like 30 years ago. It was still brittle out of the oven. Really? Yeah, because I know people that make like light switch covers using Fimo, and they use that because they said it was more durable than Sculpey. I have a set of wax carving tools. Comes in handy putting filler into models. Yeah, I bet. It's funny how many of these tools that I use for sculpting are actually dentist tools, you know? Or, I'm sorry, instruments is the proper term. For the inside, like I said, we're going to wait till after the bake. We'll add a very thin bit of clay and blend it. And then I'll long strokes though on the inside. We'll be doing the same kind of texture. This will have some overhang. And then of course we'll be doing the fur protrusion later on. Hard to see texture in this because of the light, but love this song. Yeah, me too. I had this cassette actually back in the day. And I always thought this was a pretty cool song. Holy shit, man, this is coming together. I'm so happy with this. Sorry, my foul language. I can't get out of the habit of it today. Everybody's gonna have to write one of those angry letters to management, you know? Always reminds me of driving around in my friend's dad's convertible all over town after school. Are they still around? I don't think I've heard anything about or from them in quite some, well, forever. Missed the whiskers too? Oh no, don't worry, Jenny. Those are just placeholders. I have a monofilament for the whiskers, but it's not oven safe. So these are just little wires, a small gauge wire. That's a placeholder there to kind of put the holes in there and then hold them in place until we're ready for them. And to be quite honest, there's going to be more added up in here when we get to this layer of the fur. There will be more. Trying to get. There might be some more right in here once we add that. Apparently they broke up in 2001. Well, I say they had multiple hits off of that album. Oh boy. All right, we're going to take a little bit of a stand and stretch break here, I think. Before I try to tackle this other ear. Released a couple of hit albums since then, but nothing new. Man, it's crazy to see all of the like punk and alternative bands that are coming back from back in the day. Who did I just see? That was touring again. I'm like, everybody's back. Well, Sum 41 is on tour, but they're done after this, is my understanding. Like all kinds of bands from back in the day when I was in high school. You've done a lot, looking good. Miss Diane, hello, welcome in. Happy Tuesday, and thank you. Yes, we're making some progress. Just taking a stand and stretch break right now. And a nicotine break, as you can see in the one camera. There's an ad in progress anyway. In fact, I need to see if I can get in the restroom real quick. Hold on. All right, we're going to take a quick proper break. I've been waiting on Menchie to finish her showers, so give me just a moment and we will continue on. Basically what we'll be doing is the texture on the other ear, which may or may not be necessary, but better to be prepared than not. So we're going to get it done, and if it gets overlapped, it's fine. There's a few spots in there I need to fix too, so we'll do that when I get back in just a moment. Thank you guys so much for being here. I hope you're enjoying. Happy Tuesday to all of you. Just a quick reminder, tomorrow will be no stream. There is no Wednesday streams, but Thursday we'll be here from like noon, 1 o'clock to about 5 p.m. Eastern time. And we'll be continuing on, of course, with this. Before then, though, I'm going to get him in the oven. So here, his ears are a solid foundation for us. And then we'll be doing some more of the inner ear detail and the texturing. But that being said, we're not done quite yet today. Just a quick break, and we'll be back at it. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Don't miss the smell or the coughs from it. But what I do miss is how relaxed it made me. Wait, what are we talking? Did my chat bot here? Hold on. Oh, nicotine? Yeah, bad habit, man. Bad habit. I started smoking cigarettes when I was 18 years old. I quit like 3 times. I'm vaping, and I have been for like the last 10 years. So I kicked cigarettes at least. But the plan this year is to get rid of this habit too. We'll see how that goes. I wanna, it's just not the right time yet. You know what I mean? Started at 16, went full cold turkey, and yeah, I've quit cold turkey once. I quit with patches once. And then I quit with vaping. So yeah, you got to be in the right mindset, or it's just you're setting yourself up for failure, you know? Like you have to have the desire, but you also just have to be ready. And I'm not quite there yet. Too much going on right now. And I don't want to be stressing out trying to stream and sculpt and having a nicotine fit. Started smoking in high school, moved to vape about 15 years ago. Haven't kicked that yet. Yeah, it's tough, man. I'm down to 3 milligrams on nicotine, but I don't know. I don't know if I should go patch or go down to 0 grams of nicotine and at least get that hand to mouth and the throat hit sensation, but I'm not getting the nicotine. That would make it a little bit easier, I guess. Also, don't like saying hand to mouth. That sounds awful. I don't ever want to say that again. I don't think I can quit vaping, but I do not have any nicotine in mine. Yeah, I was thinking about using that in conjunction with the patch, you know? I want to quit, but mama didn't raise no quitter. Stevie. All right, give me just a second. Let me take a quick restroom break and we'll continue on here. Give me one moment. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I'm having a blast today. I hope you guys are as well. I'll see you in just a moment. And Jenny, the Ravens aren't loud anymore. All right. Before we continue, some of you guys weren't here earlier. Should we show them the new raid alert? I spent some time last night. Our new alerts are up, by the way. I posted in the Discord. We had Rep to Lisa, who's made our emotes. She made some alerts for us. And it did take some time, which is why we have 2 new additional emotes that are live now. The animated waving and finally the dancing emote is live, which is actually one of the things that I used to create the raid alert that I did not commission because I wanted to make something full screen. So let me open up. This is a good song. I'm going to pause that. So I spent some time hanging out on Josh Uwu and Ezram's co-stream last night. And while I was hanging out there and listening to tunes and watching Josh work, I was in the other monitor working on this. It's going to be loud, all right? But not like hopefully super loud, but here we are.
Suddenly, I heard a tap as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door.
I love it. I love it. I'm so happy with it. Oh boy. You like that, Badman? Yeah. I had fun with that. That was a fun one to make. I'm thinking about, I was saying earlier, I'm thinking about making some of the like the higher bit stuff and like gifted community gifted subs, making that like a full screen thing too, but we'll see. We'll see. Why are dogs being crazy? All right, let me get myself situated. And we'll finish this up. Oh, come on now. This is Jerboa. You guys, look at... Oh, his butthole got covered up. Sorry. Oh yeah, we got new channel point redemptions too. Just a few. Couple spots I need to touch up here. Then we'll get to the other ear and finish this up today. Someone stuck a wire in it, yeah. Well, I had a little X here for his butt. It got covered up in the blending. I'll have to add it back in. You know, I've got some like pink Sculpey. We could do like a little... We're not doing that. That's ridiculous. A little rosebud. Okay. Get him back in here. X marks the butt. Okay, one more ear. The live version of this song is incredible, but it's like 12 minutes long. It's on YouTube. I highly recommend if you're a fan of Counting Crows and specifically this song, look the live version of, and if you find one that's 12 minutes, you found the right one. Maybe have tissues ready. Actually, almost saw these guys live a couple years ago, but I did not. I ended up not getting tickets because it was an outside venue, and I don't like outside venues personally. Number one, you're just kind of hoping you're not going to get rained out. And with my luck, I absolutely would. So we'll switch back over because I got to have this closer. And you can't really see it with that angle. That being said, I mentioned it earlier. I think I totally am going to make a channel point redemption for you guys. Like, hey, idiot, move. I can't see. You know, that way if I'm lost in the process here and out of frame, you guys can yell at me and let me know. Most of the time, I feel like it's pretty decent camera coverage, but I tend to pull back. Especially later in the stream when my back just isn't wanting to cooperate. What did I do? We doing weird stuff with ears? I mean, I guess there's probably such thing as an ear fetish, right? Oh, jeez. Fire Shadow, I heard that.
Hello!
Something like, excuse me, shift it. Yeah, I do know I've gotten a lot better at swapping through camera angles for you guys, I feel like. But again, when I'm in the midst of something like this, I tend to, you know, it just gradually gets closer to me. Which is where the setup like CNOT, like what he has with the harmonica holder thing as a camera mount, that would be super handy. Makes me laugh every time. My friend does Mrs. Doubtfire voice often, especially in ARC. I say, "Come help me farm." He says, "I'm on my way. I'm on my way, my dear." Redeem that can be used just to get your attention, like to ready chat. Yeah, we could do something like that. Or both, you know. Let's see. Today's Tuesday. We don't have an Andy stream. I'll have to find somebody to raid. I'll be a little bit yet, but yeah, I'm thinking of more ideas as far as move my mic a little bit. It's kind of in my face. Um, as far as channel point redemptions, kind of a balance between making them fun but also serve a purpose, you know. Like the Clay Hub thing, you know. It's an opportunity for you guys to get involved and interact and add to the content if you want. Stuff like that. And the Clay Hub thing is actually...
I have no idea what I'm doing, but I know I'm doing it really, really well.
Sorry, was I thinking out loud? The Clay Hub thing is from the YouTube videos, and I still had the graphics, so I thought, well, that's perfect. We'll use that. I've also got the graphic from the videos for the whole get the flock out thing, specifically referring to flock for the bases. We use that a lot. I'll probably add that at some point. Of course, I'll have to make my own sound for that. I need that one. Oh, the get the flock out? Yeah. I love using flock. We'll definitely be using that on the base for the upcoming Oblina sculpture. I used it for Icus and Crumb a little bit. You know, they're smaller base, so not a lot, but and then you probably use ballast quite a bit too, huh, Stevie? Yep, we'll be using some of that on the base for this guy. I have a sand ballast. Then I've got kind of a chunky brown ballast that I've used quite a bit on various things. Kind of a nice substitute for dirt, really. PVA glue, yep. Matter of fact, I'll have to remember when it comes time to put down the ballast, I'll of course put the PVA glue down. But once I let that sit for a bit, what I would typically do is spray it down with ISO and then go through with a watered down PVA dropper. But I actually have a spray glue that I picked up, and I keep forgetting I have it, and it's specifically made for that. So I made my own watered down PVA spray once, but I used it and it was great. And then I put the bottle away, and now it's a bottle of dried PVA glue. It certainly doesn't spray. It's coming again. I'm glad I decided to do this, to be honest. Probably a better idea than baking it and then adding clay on top, making it even thicker. The inside's fine. It's going to be a super thin layer, but in fact, I probably, when we lay out that layer on the inside, it probably won't even be 100% coverage. It'll just be stretched and blended. So we're working with like the thinnest layer possible that can still retain texture. A snoring wrinkly snuggled up next to me. What's that? When I hear wrinkly, I think pug automatically. Got my dreamy husky running in her sleep behind me. This is satisfying, this process. I'm not going to lie. I kind of enjoy this. Like, it's tedious, but not in a bad way, you know? It's just kind of nice. Oh, Shar Pei. Okay, well that's definitely wrinkly too. I actually had a Shar Pei when I was very young. I believe when my mother married my stepfather, he had a dog that he had longer, and they didn't get along. So since he had his dog longer, they found a different home for the Shar Pei. I have playing in my head a song called Ratatata. I don't know that I know that one. This song's crazy. Some butthole surfers. That's the name of the band, just in case. Kind of a weird thing to just randomly say. All right, so outside edge. Nearly the song I've listened to today, besides a little bit of Sabaton. The only song. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, I've just been listening to what you guys hear. That's all I've been listening to today. All right. And then up the front. I know I went full focus mode here. I'm sorry. BRB? All right, no worries. I'm just trying to do this opposite handed and I hate it. Let's see. And again, this is probably going to get overlapped anyways, so not a huge deal, but better to do it than not. And if I'm going to do it, I may as well do it right, I suppose. Boop. Yep. Needs boops. Try it this way. Okay, and then let's touch up these spots here. All right, and then brush this down. A little bit to at the top to fix. Amazing sweet face. Thank you, Miss Diane. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't chicken out on this one. Oh, Because I definitely almost chickened out on this one. All right, now give that whole ear a brush and see what we need to touch up. I don't recommend playing with your uranium, sir. I think there are some dire side effects. Benchy, hi. Get all situated and settled in. What time is it? Almost 5:30. Holy crap. Wait, no. 4:30. Okay, it's going on 5. So we've been, is this our longest stream? 5 hours and 20 minutes? I think it might be the longest stream so far. Being a sculpting machine here today. But we are almost finished up for today. Almost. One more thing you need to take care of. What's that? Oh. I get all these crumbs off of here. Oh boy. These ears though. It's been fun, but remind me, no more big ears for a little while. Let's keep the ears small and simple. His big ears are adorable. Yeah, yeah. They are, but I guess Gizmo is out of the question then. Oh god. That would be awesome though. I love Gremlins. Loved that movie as a kid. Gremlins 2 is still freaking weird, but it's good in its own right. That was if I'm not mistaken, either the studio after the success of Gremlins, they just said, "Hey, make another Gremlins movie." And the director kind of got free reign, or he was pissed at the studio and did whatever he wanted. I can't remember which, but yeah, that movie was, the second one was nuts. I gotta say though, I'm pretty happy with how it's turned out. Pretty pleased with the ears. Anything Ark and I'm sold. Admin, do you play on PC or? I was gonna say we got the. I don't know how much longer it's going to be up until we switch to Aberration, but we have actually never mind, I'm an idiot. We have the island and we have Scorched Earth. And soon, I was thinking the island Scorched Earth was going to be changing to Aberration, but the island is going to be changing to Aberration, so but not like imminently, but at some point in the coming month or so. I really like Scorched Earth. I just wish there was more to do on that map. One coming out in a few days is the Sinner. That's oh, are you playing Ascended? See, I never bothered with Ascended. I've got Evolved. I didn't really want to buy the game twice, you know. Cool. I think we're at a point to get those ears in the oven. It still needs a bit of cleanup on that. Used to have Evolved, got all the maps, but as soon as Ascended came out, graphics and stuff, I had to. Gotcha. Yeah, it sucks, man. Like, Ascended is such a cool, or Ascended. Scorched is such a cool map. There's just nothing to do. Like, you have one boss and 3 caves. And I've already got like super Rexes to fight the boss, so especially after the island, it's, you know, that was, gosh, Menchie, how long did we play on the island and prepping and everything for all the boss fights? And it took some time. And then you go to Scorched and it's like, well, mod called simple spawners. You can spawn bot. Yeah, I mean, I can do that with admin commands too. But, you know, it's still, that still takes away. You're not farming the relics to fight the bosses, except for the main boss on the map. I put this in as a troll song. I'm sorry. It's fun though. Can't hear the music. Wait, what? Everybody all day has been telling me it's fine. Why y'all lying? Is that better? Does seem low to me compared to your voice. Better? Yeah, it sucks that I can't hear it at the same level as you guys, but that's the way I have to have it set up. So it's not on the VOD, you know? But I've asked multiple times today. How's it? Sounds good. All right. That being said, though, some of the songs are different volumes, you know. I could very well play a factor in that. So, all right, honest question. Compared to my voice, how is the music right now? Because right now it's at minus 20 decibels on my meter, which is an increase from where it was. I don't like that I'm getting these little clay beads in here. Yeah, because the only thing I can do is just pull up the stream and listen to the stream to hear. It's a little higher than you. Okay, we're at minus 25 now. How is it comparatively? Music wise to my voice. I mean, I want it to be background. I don't want it to drown me out, but I want you guys to be able to hear it just fine too, you know? Sounds good to Minchie. Don't make me use my jujitsu. I actually like this song. Yeah, it's a fun song. I just know some people hate it. And I think that's mostly this, just them being hateful for, you know, kind of like me with All Star and Umbop. It's fine. They're fine songs. I just can't. Okay. I think we are good to go, chat. We'll have him baked before Thursday, and then we can lay down a thin layer of clay on the inner ear. Start doing kind of what we just did, except longer strokes for longer hairs. And start working on some of that inner ear detail. Stevie is stealing Jeb from me again. What'd you do, Stevie? My moves are better than yours. How you like that new emote? I love it. We got an ad break starting in 33 seconds. Wonder if I can. How long is the snooze? Probably. We should probably just let it run, and then we can work on finding a raid target. It gives me time to clean up my mess anyway. Hang out and chat. But yeah, I need to get something to eat, guys. I haven't eaten since 11 a.m. and it is 4:56. So invest in this little guy. It's gonna be so good. Ezram, thanks, man. Yeah, I'm really happy with how he's shaping up. I've named your sculpt Jeb. Oh, it's Jeb now, is it? I saw a couple folks talking on the Instagram comments about naming him. Thank you, Miss Diane. Feeling good. It smells good in here, Menchie. All right. You know what? I'm gonna just go ahead, plop that in there. The old fart. Hello, welcome in. Just popped in those ears. Yeah, man. That's been what we've been working on today. Hope you've been having a good day, sir. Let's put that hobby knife away so I don't stab myself. All right. Ad break has ended. Fantastic timing. Look at that. Oh, out. Didn't mean to punch the camera. Let's hop over here. Get these gloves off. See what's going on today. We'll get the Jerboa in frame. All right. Right, my head off. Got to work in the morning, and girlfriend wants to watch a movie while it's my birthday. Hey, Batman, thank you. Thanks for hanging out. You enjoy your movie, whatever you end up watching. And again, happy birthday. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for hanging out with us, man. Let's see. I'm gonna click over to the following tab. Pull up our live channels. Is that? Surely there's more people streaming right now. Well, you haven't got anyone? We've got a couple targets here. Let's we'll pick that, and then we'll hang out a minute and say our goodbyes. And my thank yous. We've got as far as art streams go, we've got Be at Easel. I'm gonna mute this. Of course it's an ad. Why would it be anything other than an ad on Twitch? And it would be on a raid train if we raid Be at Easel. How's she doing? 55? Time for food. Had a good stream. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Miss Diane. I'm glad you enjoyed. If you're gonna go grab some dinner, I hope you enjoy. Be at Easel painting some sheeps. Or what's going on over here? 9.5? What is happening here? Is that like crochet? I'm assuming that's crochet. This was a funny stream. I found this stream through a raid. What would you guys rather do? I'm fine either way. I think that's the only two art streams we have live right now. One day we'll get in the habit of maybe venturing out and finding new people and doing rando raids or something, but I'll leave that up to you guys. Crocheting or painting? What would you prefer? Let me know. And in the meantime, I'm going to make sure got my list pulled up here. There we go. We did raid B the other day, so maybe crochet. Yeah, let's go say hi to 9.5 then. We can do that. We can do that. Let's hop over to the end screen. And I'm going to say my thank yous and all that good stuff. Good song? Heck yeah. I did throw a little bit of R&B in here, I guess, huh? But anyway, thank you guys so much for hanging out today. It's been a phenomenal day. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me, for chatting with me, for all the support in all shapes and form. And that includes all of you lurkers out there. Thank you. Lurking definitely helps, and it's very much appreciated. Share the playlist. I will do so in the Discord for sure. And speaking of, Throwing some links you guys' way. That should have worked, right? Yes. There's a link in the chat to the Feral Moon Designs YouTube channel. That is the main YouTube channel where you'll find all the showcases and completed projects from the past and present. Anything we finish on stream, we'll get a showcase video on that channel. And the candle video showcase video went live last Friday. So that is live. If you haven't seen it, you can check that out. Also, the Discord, best place for all the latest updates on the stream when I'm going live, upcoming projects, and we're in there hanging out even when the stream's not live. We'd love to see you there, have you be a part of that, and share your artwork with us in the Discord, and let us know when you're going live and all that good stuff. There's channels for all of that. So there's that link in the chat for that. Sorry I was late. I'll watch the beginning of the stream tomorrow to catch up. Hey, no worries, Jenny. You were right on time. You got here when you could, and that's all that matters. It's certainly appreciated. Big thank you to Dragon Skullin. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I hope you enjoyed the stream. And Throw Dan with the raid today. Thank you to Throw Dan for the raid and all the raiders that came along. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. If you enjoyed the stream and haven't done so yet, be sure to hit that follow button and join us on Thursday. I'll be going live between noon and 1 p.m. Eastern time. And we'll be continuing on with those ears. Also, Commander Biscuit was an offline follow. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. But that's all for now, guys. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your Tuesday night. I hope your Wednesday goes smoothly and treats you well. And I'll see you back here on Thursday, I hope. We're going to go ahead and say hello to 9.5. Let's get those raid calls in the chat there. If you're not subbed to the channel, you can copy that one. I'm going to pull up my channel also so I can do that. And if you are subbed to the channel, there's your raid call for that there. Let me grab that as well. And then I'll queue up the raid and we'll be on our way. All right, ready to go. And 9. What are you doing, Twitch? I clicked raid button and it refreshed the page. All right, going to say hello to 9.5. I found this channel through a raid. I think it was last week. And it was a treat to hang around and lurk. So come along. And if you like what you see and you're not already doing so, drop a follow, show some support. If not, hey, no harm, no foul. But join us on a raid, get those raid calls ready, and let's give a hearty hello to another creator here on Twitch. Guys, thank you so much. Have a great night. I'll see you back here Thursday. Thank you again. Later, guys.